Alright, I am back. And I'm not sure I'll be getting all this. I mean, I might consider it, but yeah. But anyway, so oh yeah, I definitely have enough for quite a bit. Also, I completely forgot that I had all this. So I'll grab those, and those, and sure, why not? There we go. Okay. Now, Labo time. The unknown sea. Okay. And there's a hard mode too. Oh. 1,000. This one I might actually try and get at least all these ones. Because, well, you know. Holy, what the fuck? Yeah, I haven't really been keeping up with the Limbus dailies and weeklies, mainly because, well, I haven't really been in mood for it. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition, itself a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, stuffed up in its currents to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but Saw told us that Hong Yuan's lobotomy corp branch. Hey, this is indeed related. Hey, the story is linked to where it is when it's happening. Should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality, which had appeared out of nowhere, was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, my myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. She can hear me? She can hear Dante? Ah! Gregor, I think Dante has come to— oh, wait, what? So who are— I was about to ask further questions to this stranger with particularly long, animal-like ears, but— I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I had to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights. A young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out where in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we were next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to U-Corp's Great Lake? Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was so full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager boy! Dante. I had woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of all this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Hunglu! Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. I'm glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though. I guess not having any way to drink water is finally come in handy. Ha! You should go get that checked out, just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corp wrench Shichun told us about? Yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us. Especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. So there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake? Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake. I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra. Iberia. As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourselves to each other yet? It's just that it's all just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You didn't just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is... actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please, just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. No, I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained. At least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor is kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher up at these huge corporations to know less about the Head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins. Probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If their conjecture is correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via the door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant. Something that we've never observed before, so... Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go, anyway? Bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with the various odds and ends of the village, while taking out turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we were like fish out of water, too. And barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. I was got to be really tired then. So, is this you two out here for now? Oh, Ishmael and Yusong are the other half of the search party. We just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Measure Bud. We got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Uh-huh. Right, you've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence, before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You'll help us find Bud, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. Huh, I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influences from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? And how did you get in? Then how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. Calcit's directions and illegally crossed the country border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate and how and why the dimensional door came to be. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions. Yes, Rose Island is, in its essence, a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oropathy. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. We were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop! Emma's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there. As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed toward the seashore, hidden behind large and cragged rock formations. What are we supposed to... Huh? There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword. Who the fuck are you? Bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move. You're in the way. You needn't worry, as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried. Come on. Better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Yusong, Ishmael, Dante, you're unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. It can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scotty, are those organisms the Seaborns Dr. Couch mentioned? They're sea terrors, to be specific. the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors. I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turn to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smell the heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It's as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. But I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries, after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I'd say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. Huh. More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So, let's take them out. Let's go! Okay. I was a little worried that I'd have to do Arknights combat, but nope. Just win rate.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました。このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
꿰뚫어 퍼지리. 그대로 꿰어소리라. 마침내 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가.
덕타의ように優れたシーンですね。
시도는 좋았어요.
囚人の皆さんの状態を確認する必要がありそうです。管理人。
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
무상한 목숨. 불끈을 지원할 뿐.
効果的な攻撃でした。
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 마침내 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가.
敵は深手を負っています。
타겟 포착 1시간.
시도는 좋았어요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 깔끔하게 몰았군. 구멍투성이가 되어 마침내 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가. 마침내 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Oh. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Phew, didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. Can say that again. It would have taken us a whole day if that Scotty character didn't occupy the other half. Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance, as we were catching our breath after the battle. I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scotty glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And the head of clock. I guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, oh, what the fuck? Whoa. Ami can hear, but oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Ami can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Huh, yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. That voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know, it's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say. What kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Huh. Well, her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past. Damien! But I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me, kind of like how Virgilius can, I guess. No, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Hung Lu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we've got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit there will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. Journey's long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far, though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Scotty quietly points in my direction. We don't have a clock! I mean... Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. And why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Scotty's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. So how did the people manage to build a village at a place like this? Monsters are called seaborns, or sea terrors, yes. While it is true that they posed quite certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Scotty can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Scotty's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Alright.
입안에 짠맛이 도는군. 무엇인가
I
했더니
think yeah. So first of all, do that. Just in case I get one on the off chance, but... Now. Oh! Oh! Oh!
흐릿한 등화.
Okay. 2 more. Oh, 8. 3-star. That is something I didn't have already. Oh my god! Gregor!
주인께서
What?
명하셨습니다.
Wait, what?
당신을 청소.
I was 71. So... so, depending on how much it takes, yeah. I'm not gonna be running out of ego. No, the lunacy, rather. Okay, I need to actually keep track. 8 more. 7. 6. Oh! Another ego.
둘. 지면이 울릴 때마다 네
Oh my god, yeah!
아득한 야정.
There we go. Okay. Now back to... Now I'll continue. This certainly looks like a village. It's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to the place. On a while, at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it, I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, to fix it up. Better than this, at least. So where are the sinners? There's a clearing down there where... we're entrapped betwixt the twain of great ships narrowing wide winds against our sail. Oh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed her command most resonant. Say no more. There's Don Quixote. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answer ye dogs! Oarsmen! 'Tis the moment Ishmael, the first mate of first vessel Mephistopheles, shall never... Ah! Stop! Hold on! Just what do you think you're doing? You Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tale of adventures of great Matter Esquire. Verily, thou hast returned with my dear esquire safely in tow. What? They found a clockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary sarcas with a flaming head. Flaming... Yeah. How would someone like that visit our humble village? Well, their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some. There's no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager. And the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Who are you two? They're two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Scotty, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. Eh? With us? We believe that the dimensional door, which we at Rhodes Island are investigating, has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed. The villagers, who were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You are friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite the grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we address. To be more precise, by saviors they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arch. She's quite proud. So, I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC. Then PTSD. Huh? Sinclair! You can't do that, Ryosho. We can't pillage their storage depots. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. Good enough, Sinclair. I don't think SCNC is a good way to get started either. The fuck does SCNC mean? I mean, I know it generally what it should mean. And I don't agree, Ryosho. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we are to decide our lodging. Well, the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corp's. But I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, so I can't say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice! Fixers of justice! Yeah, that. Fixers of oh, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers. That over there. It's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel, by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious, I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the tests to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its ability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief, then? If so, I have a proposition for you in return for assisting in their ship repair. You promised to ride on their vessel. Miss Faust says here I said perhaps by going out to sea we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words. Oh no. I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a sub-optimal level, Dante. So it's still connected at least? Indeed, it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So to get back to where we came from. Indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that, you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea? Yes, well, I'm also a genius after all. I conjecture that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I found myself calming it down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core parts ship-shape again, Executive Manager. I'll be staying here for a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we aren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Ah, looks like a sack to collect water. Dear, I know how to get that installed. Must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's efforts at repairing their ship yet. The service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Gloria keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people? Holy... They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. No need to concern yourselves so much with our hospitality. You've done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low, rumbling voice, and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since like yesterday. You'll catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? Okay, I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are a leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hounds by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know. Oh, if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help to repair the vessel. Oh, yeah. But you better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Red fish like they were eating earlier, maybe? Hey, Chief. What is it? Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? Going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the ghost? I remember what he said before we got to the village. Something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with ghosts? You understand the fucking what language? The Ager language. Ager language, no? Dante, Scotty had just spoken Aegirian. I couldn't understand a word of Scotty and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city's languages and the language Scotty spoke, and for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember, you're not on a solo mission, Scotty. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scotty nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. Well. We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on, the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Oh, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with a soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that it'd work. We just had to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire, the downside being all this smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. And bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young roaringjohn. For I shall conjure thee up a pot of special fixture soup. You're making soup with cookies and jelly? No, no, no. You're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows viscera are oft racked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making. Perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Murray or Oti if we were ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember? Back during last year's cooking contest at Cape Corp. Oh, right! Yeah, I remember. From the Intervallo 1. Holy crap, that was so long ago. That was 9 months ago, in my view. Then I played through that. There were the only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we will get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic given the circumstances. It can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleague, Samia? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The Dr. calls it. They're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. The doctor. Long have this. Curiosity lingered within me. Does allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations, as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? Aha, I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Orange Island's helping people? Something about what Hung Lu has said brings back unpleasant memories. A horrible experiments seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering. The embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Hung Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies that I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oropathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appear to be obsidian crystallizations. The experience reminded me of the biotreatments from the back streets, but there was something more to it. Something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable deadly disease? Well, it varies region by region. Discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. His song began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible, inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but is this oropathy highly contagious? No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystal growths on their body decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, barring environments like active battlegrounds where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity of the infected in daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? they're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. True. So true. Then wrote silence. Goal has to be. Yes, it is important to develop a cure for oropathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though that is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. For truth, this city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from? This city? What kind of place is the city, anyway? Kind of place with too many pointless rules. Hey! Time given time! The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. The sweepers. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. When was this? Was this, yeah, it's Hohenheim. Hohenheim's, backstory. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like being stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shite hole. It's an irrational place, full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject which one should be aggrieved. We can at least grasp about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. Would it be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining? He did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shouts shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice to... Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Oh! And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How farest thou? Farest thou? Wait! You gotta apologize first. Last seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the wall to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? To? Pray tell, to what? Forget the apology. I just want to know what happens next. The fixers of justice rose up to... do what? She was listening! Oh, that's how come to me to hear the tale of fixers. I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Ahem. Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early, an hour for tales, in fact. Prithee, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool. Calm down. You don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayors. Mayors? Mayors? How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my gramps. I saw the ears, I was like, I'm pretty sure she's related. Oh, that nice guy? So you had a granddaughter. Yet, I have not seen you once, Miss Mayors. Under the sun. My, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Like Rhodia said, while we didn't see mayors out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything. Seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life. So, I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, pray, how didst thou hear us? Via a listening device most secret upon our chamber? Mayors tapped the side of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically, bad soundproofing. I could hear pretty much everything Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I say. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introductions, so... Care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Indubitably! Son, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificence herself, the Red Mist hath... The Red Mist?! I suppose that killed any hope for a good night's skip. Don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What? Did you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. And he's out like a light. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt descriptor. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Mersault had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine. The fast late claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land, slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Oh. I guess it's okay, since the mayor seems to be having fun. As I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amia, not yet asleep, approached me. This city, Miss Don Quixote speaks of, seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, think back to the plays we were made to watch back in Macholand. Hey, Canto 7! Well, I think all those stories, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixtures of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. Haha, that's true. I hope there will come a day when Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Oh, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyuan. And Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Fairly, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's Tales of Adventures for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Mr. Claire asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition. All right, and that people fled from it. Right, I remember. Yep, Canto 3. Yeah, the Nagelund Hammer we saw back at Calv aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Calcit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. And its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia's cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the church that worships seaborns. Hi, an organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that mess Iberia up. So following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier? I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from the Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. Those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. Seems like a reasonable policy decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. I must have had to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But to Gramps, they were just oppressors, making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. I know. It's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Oh, it's getting late. Oh, you'll be repairing the ship tomorrow, too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow, too. After seeing Mayors to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives of its people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. Well. Next one. Ah, hey, finally I can have... Okay. You. No, wait. You and you.
팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
You and you. You.
뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
You,
명을 받듭니다.
you,
명령하실 때
you,
지혜를 받는 거.
you.
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 유능한 인재는 흔치 않죠.
So it's spin. So it's spin. So it's spin. So it's spin. And start spin. Start spin. There we go. Okay. And might as well start spinning the other one instead of. That will be naturally. Oh. Anyway. Yep, there. Okay, to battle.
필두, 출진.
It's so big. Amazing. I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha, as per her name here. Tis called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas. Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much admired and a peculiarity indeed. Hung Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as a boat from his home. Well, Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder's skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size, at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to us are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, the remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but to feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please be thorough about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. Its repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. I seem confident enough. Should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You're 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh, are you two just going to faff about down there? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? It sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. A.S. A.S. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. Ah! But too ostentatious. Not quite my style. Our young Mephi is also quite the excellent vessel, yet Imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another end to interface with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, so... Look, coordinates. Updating in real time, it seems. Coordinates seem to have been set up somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? Nope, no islet there. What? Blimey, lass! You sure know how to sneak up on people. Maris! Ah, what? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. What are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Ager. Ager. Ha. Ha. Naruhodo. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair this ship was sufficient to earn their trust in the title of saviors. What's she all about? Someone get translated. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief, alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship's repair has to this local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connections, that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliff to comprehend. To employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Thus, please, don't call Heathcliff stupid in so many words. Lower the baton, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smarthearts would start gabbing like that again. So what's she all about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulders with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto? Some villagers were armed, yeah. Those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I doubt they'd have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed. And that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them. They're planning to use the fact that they're from the same neck of the woods. Or sea, I guess. Ah, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh. What's wrong? It's, well, the expressions were rather crude. Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The senator stared at him with mild surprise. Actually, that's true. He understood it quite well. Holy sh... Heathcliff smart. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait, oh, you sods! You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Yeah, top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. True! He's not stupid, it's just he doesn't show this part of himself often. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition's always been excellent, and he often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for... I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here! Now, with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual chaos and asks Mayors. Honestly, I was surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate, we won't last another year. But the Ager will. I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Like Mayors or Chief, they're not Ager. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we're from the seas, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. For prithee, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a regional, yet also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers? Though I don't think I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreets people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk? They call them nest tops Aegir here. Then does that make the Aravidir last Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That's not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in the Fathoms, there were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. As a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life forms in the city. Humans should be. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Cottasirs. And I've got pointed ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Marcel stepped in to continue, by context clues and the matter of word usage, including the means of classification. The closest example in our world would be blood fiends. Similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. It is of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that maketh coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that the Aegir are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. And wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's... well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in its essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races, and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from those gloomy conversations, okay? I want to show you the cool parts of this ship. This way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Oh, wow, that's not reassuring at all. Yeah, it's time for a flight! Multiple life forms identified ahead, assumed to be a sea terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, why are these the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Oh yeah, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Let's fight, young mayors. I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Let's go! Time to win raid!
위에서 당신의 관리적
꿰뚫어
정확에
퍼지리.
합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다.
전탄 격발.
확실히 훌륭하군 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면
너희들의 사랑의 힘이 빛의 힘이
4번 수감자
저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어.
그래
이대로면
그렇게 시원하게 쳐야 보는 맛이 나는
예사롭지가 않은데?
이 정도쯤이야?
작사를 내놨어.
널 답답한 법이지.
흑수묘, 뜀박질 춤.
그렇게 깔끔한
제지와 실력이 굉장히 좋았어.
기록적인 피해량인 것 같다.
그대로 꿰어쏘리라. 마침내
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
급한
오케이.
조치였습니다.
Holy crap, set at 20. Oh.
날 펴고 정확하게.
히어! 아르카나 슬레이브! 해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야. 우리를 보면
아무것도 남지 마라.
원더풀한 선택이었어 나를. 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중간에 만만찮게 떴다가 보스에서 해거야지 않겠는가.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
제가 대체한 게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야.
마침내
잘했어.
깊은 수면에
페리트.
빠지시는가.
당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
불가 위약 막아내지 못하리. 너도 누군가에겐 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
자, 악당 퇴치 성공! 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도.
Okay.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지.
You know what? I'll probably, yeah. I'll be sparking one of these. Might as well. Might as... Am I getting another ego? Another new ego? Oh, okay, good. Oh my god! Oh, wait, no, that's not even ego. That's, Three more. Two more. Okay. That should be the last. Sheesh, only 2 stars. Okay. Now, question is, that one or that one?
명
Okay, back to this. Hold on. Hold on. Event bonus. Maximum of 120%. Awesome. I'm already getting max bonus. Let's go. Alright, let's go.
총의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장. 어떤 상황이
Alright, more win rate.
포기하.
틈을 끊어.
이건 못하겠습니다. 너무 유치하잖아요. 다리에 속 깊은 뜻을 본인이 헤아리기 쉽지 않나
숨통
보네.
끊기.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어.
디페리트.
당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
불가 위야. 막아내지.
정의 이름으로. 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
Oh, wait, oh, wait a minute.
정화되었네.
How many players are there right now?
알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어.
On Limbus Company?
4번 수감자.
별로 효과적이지 않은 것 같은데. 사랑의 힘이 부족한 걸지도?
Holy mother of... Oh. 100... You flipped it. 118,000. Holy shit. Well, anyway. Onward!
불가 위야. 막아내지 못해. 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
완전 프레스 선택이었어 나리. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
제압 효과가
이
굉장히
정도쯤이야?
좋았어.
Oh,
기록적인
어.
피해량인 것 같아.
46 views on YouTube already.
아르카나.
Holy whoa.
뭐야 이 수치는?
만만치
아까
않겠군.
어떤 직원이 제압 개체에 한 번에 입힌
방금
피해량이야.
어땠어?
사랑으로.
잠깐 너희들의 사랑의 힘이 왜 부속팀장을 안
It's only been an hour and a half.
그대로 꿰어소리라.
Holy shit.
승리도 시간 문제겠지?
마침내
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 단 적극한 조치였습니다.
깊은 수면에 빠지십니까?
나라도 그랬을 거야.
이 정도쯤이야?
폐잔병같이 무릎을 꿇고
받아볼
있을 때인가 13번 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
쓰레기 같은 아르카나 놈들.
깊은 수면에 빠지시는가?
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
지키기 위해서
얼마나 좋습니까?
죽어라.
뭐야 이 수치는?
아까 어떤 직원이 제압 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야.
쓸모가 있으려면 진짜? 왜 부서팀장을 안 달아줬지?
숨통 끊기.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야.
너희들도 고생 많았어.
The remaining entities have all returned to the sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Ugh. So, I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong, of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle, those monsters were starting to go after the manager. What? Oh no! You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, is it? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayor's eyes went around at Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. Non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its assessment to their intelligence. I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One, to communicate with humans. The other, to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are a phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms. First observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident, and therefore that example is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, you all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. Another thing she'll learn. The Pillar of Light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... It is obvious. We've got the culprit right here. The storyteller lass who's been going on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh, yet I have not gone to that far. Oh, wait! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You again. You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fie, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, I stared out toward the sea, worried that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again, before turning toward us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. Their sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct, that power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, yet thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. You, by chance, worship the Seaborns. I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done? Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That's soon. As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. And it should be within a few miles, considering she saw the light from it. So we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Back to the village for now. Let's go 100.
지금 우리가 보는 경치가
121.
그런
Let's go. Hey, Lucy. Lunacy. Oh. Oh, I assume all this is also edited into. Oh, and of course, let's see from there too. Okay, almost halfway there. Oh, the Inquisitor. Oh no. The Inquisitor, LC-PC-1. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs completed, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, this was pretty much the whole village. Who is that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. Oh no. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. Small! Small! Oh! The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with a more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So, the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think that you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Last known location is Salt Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this on the coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fin beast jerky to villages, or carry Igurians between them. And if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. Kalsit told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It's likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. And it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside Mayor's earshot. The senators who were right next to me seemed to have picked it up, though. Executive Master, you best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can't do that, even if it is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law. It's not... You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the Incorp Inquisitors were working within the law too, when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then... I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in each male to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here, Otis. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal seas somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisitors directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with the ship might be the better option. Well, even she's saying, you know, you're right. I mean, I don't agree, but... what should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kind of awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor, then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first, then them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisition's support. Like Mr. Hong Lu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Rabbit's right, she says. Hey. Yosha is agreeing too. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Yosha would choose anything other than violence, right? I was like, oh, even Roshan's agreeing. Yeah, okay. Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us, so we're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head. Are you from the Colombian Union? The fuck is that? I mean, I'm pretty sure I will know if I actually go through Arknights more, but that's going to be a long... I've been going through Chaos Head as, you know, probably as partial preparation for that. So maybe eventually. They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? TikTok. What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? But don't just tell her that. 2 days. Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's closed border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived, thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort. I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origin, we have illegal entry as well. We had to, because the issue demands urgency, and I've been briefed. Brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty med doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane? This decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious acre. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Well, I think I've heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you are blaming them for what is essentially a fault of your responsibilities? Now you roll up and you're going to go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them all? What, are you saying that these people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this, not for this long. The Inquisitor's reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's wrath, as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Lass, if you ever so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair. Please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Hung Lu stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off me. I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know it's that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? You're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante. I think she's in the right. Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Incorp we saw back at Calv. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me, then. As the send-off was showing no signs of ending. Miss Mayers, I can answer your questions. So, for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Mayers' response to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Huh? Huh? Almost halfway there. Oh. Oh no! Let's go!
총의 이름으로 지금 이곳은
You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the inevitable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be eager from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting the eager left and right. I can see the thought process, but... So, it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante, this isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor ruthlessly stared at Mayers. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no. It's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me that, should I come across an eager who knows too much, there is a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Cease, however, threatening the innocent with thy brandishing of the firearm, but most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about the— oh, get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run! Quick on the uptake, as always, Rodeo slung mares over her shoulder. Over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws her firearm, and in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote? Thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, 'tis a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy. Monitor? Oh! Cast it! Or monster? A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster bursts forth between the two of them. I believe that's Calcid, right? Yeah, who is it this time? Yes, that's Calcid. I was like, I recognize her. That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Calcid. Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Calcid, Rhodes Island Medical Department's. Dr. Calcid, behind you. Grrr. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating within legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Calcid managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the walls of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... what a precise point it makes. Now is not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That's enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation has gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing, too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination ally might not be entirely accurate. It's entirely correct. However, if I must find my allegiance, then let me inform you that the quickest label would be that I am Inquisitor Irene's ally, Dr. Calcid. Oh yeah, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, Inquisitor's suspicions are true. Well, it can be said that the process by which she reached the conclusion was unfair. The conclusion itself is, without a doubt, correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep. That's one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village, a church? Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts, Faust? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet, I can hardly believe that young Mayers is lying to us. Hold on, you've been chatting plenty with that Inquisition or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see, you really are all entirely in the dark. An expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there's no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry. It seems that we've marred you in this trouble. Say no such thing. We shall not abide by one such injustice is perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has even brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that words shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. You have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls the dagger from his cloth, and I immediately knew what Calcid was about to say. Take responsibility. You don't have to go that Blimey! You are now departing for the sea, yet as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! The unanticipated, or perhaps as I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. The Inquisitor was right? Holy shit. They were the bad guys all along! The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes. The shanking? Yeah, that sounds about right. They are definitely doing that. And it seemed that they were coming for me as well. On your left. I am materialized, a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. The charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scotty, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. But what about the sinners? Like I and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and the Caustics. Quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you. We are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Hyperion soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is the most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overridden by themselves, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal. It's true! That's not actually a big deal! Because Dante can, everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but... Hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they're fully transformed into seaborns. The Golden Bow helped to deal with the whale's palification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with seaborn transformations. I should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but for... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know? Oh, sorry. Was that the last part kind of too much to ask? But wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this? Guys, can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kind of tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But... Oh yeah, can you understand the outsider's speech? Yes, it's just that they're making it pretty difficult to repress. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform into seaborns. Okay. Scotty's like, all right, let's go. And before you even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners. None of whom resisted. I mean, naturally, they were like, yeah, just turn the clock. I seem to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. It's just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep toward the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in the isolation. Is this reminding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold, worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Your wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Metempsychosis or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such great power. So the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking. All of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and ordered the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. Who dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself, for thou shalt now pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know? How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Well, here we go. Boss time. Considering, you know.
위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 단테.
Oh no! Oh no! Unbreakable coin. Oh no. Unhit without cracking. Okay.
날카롭고 정확하게 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
원더풀한 선택이었어. 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는.
Mercy!
그대로 꿰어쏘리라.
괜찮은 공격은 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
틈을 끊어.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
대박. There we go. 대박. We're dominating now. Favored. Favored. And I would prefer dominating. There we go. Favored. And favored. Good.
불가 위야.
Ah, you son of a bugger.
통 끊기.
Ah, thanks.
감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 해결사
Okay,
영웅이에 이런
whatever.
분전이 있었지. 어디 보자.
Go.
구멍투성이가 되어
A lot of them should be staggered next round. Yes. Yeah.
정도쯤이야?
전탄격발.
Go.
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자.
Sheesh.
위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
Helpless, what the fuck? There we go. There we go.
흑수묘 뒷박질 춤. 아직 죽지 마라.
Go. Go.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라. 총알값 아까울 놈은 안 돼.
느껴졌어? 내가 너희를 위해서 주문을 외웠는데. 응, 잘 걸린 것 같아. 자, 지금 싸워보는 거야.
Unopposed, huh? Okay. That should be fine. Yeah, everything looks fine to me.
날카롭고 정확하게.
Oi. Whatever. Breakable coins, baby! Ah! Oh.
그렇게
Don
시원하게
Quixote.
처리하니
Okay, good.
보는 맛이 나는군.
Ah, good.
빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
And there goes another one.
어렵군.
어.
또 한참을 떠드시겠네.
Oh, hey,
파리에게
Hey
해줄
ho.
이야기가 또 늘었군요.
hey ho, let's go.
받아볼 텐가.
이제 깨우치시길.
에. That's going Isan.
이 검은
오, 오, 오,
빛발의 징.
오. 아!
내 아르카나 슬레이브 정도의 수준인걸? 한 번에 악당들을 휩쓰는 공격은 역시 필살기에 걸맞지? 멋졌어. 나도 저럴 땐 멋져 보이려나?
Where's the other one? I'm not in this, not currently here. No one should be able to take care of that one.
불가
So instead, everyone should focus on, of course, this guy.
숨통 끊기.
봐, 어렵지 않지? 이미 관찰 기록에 있는 유형대로만 공격하면
누군가에게
되잖아.
맡겨졌겠지만
관찰 기록을 잘 읽은 것 같네. 훌륭했어.
There we go.
악은 이렇게 강화되었네.
Okay.
전력으로 살아봐.
5 coin, baby! Oh, it could have been better. Actually, that was pretty good.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 대로 두드려.
Oh, so close. So close.
제압이 잘 진행되고
꿰뚫어
있어.
퍼지리.
There we go.
그러면 큰 손실이 일어나기 전에 모든 게 안정화될 거야.
악당 퇴치 걱정할 필요가 없는 건 좋네. 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러줄게.
Oh, wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. Trying to board the vessel at Masas. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how? Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise if they'd send someone to spy on us, or they know a way to get the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel Masas? Vessel Rebellion de las Masas. That ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, was slowly departing the harbor with a horde of seafarers between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the Golden Age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. You see something, Amiya? Keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel must have soon disappeared into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, so this getaway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mares. Oh.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간.
242 plus 33.
이런 식이었으면
275. Nice. Oh, I'm definitely gonna be able to get to just grab that one pretty easily. And can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This'll be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel, which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Gran Faro, but a lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet, young Sadi hath already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a seaborn or not. Can't know if she's a cultist. 'Tis true, yet once we saw that Mares was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and to keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, but given Scotty's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? Location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? No, but fine, let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Faro Muerto, Dead Lighthouse. That's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline, is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be the means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you? Are going to trust the Aegir? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? We were talking about the Cottis, nothing in particular, other than slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She is conveying that, in matters in regards to mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel that Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. The Limbus company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. An Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? Well, there's so many other aspects to that vessel that draw interest. I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mares. We are unlucky, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city, it would have taken them like 3, 4 for free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to sell you with this, Mares. Please, lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we are going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of originium technology. So I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore, but then you needn't worry about that. Here, we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus Company's skills. I can also work on the simpler tasks. I've learned a thing or two helping out at Gramps. Stuff about the lighthouse are very stacked stuff. Well, then, should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Anya will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the Doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of this mission. Of course, that hinges on Anya and Scotty remaining behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Yeah. What did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I have encountered them a few times when we approach it too closely. Not only this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this, are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that battle efficiency appreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. Use this in communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you. If it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission Vessel Massas Retrieval. Righto, so if one of the plans the raft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done. Let's go. I mean, Scotty is definitely. Scotty's like, yeah, this is what I need to do. Yep, already done. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something wrong? This is like, why can't the rest of you? Why can't the rest of us do things this efficiently? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly lives up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Sodas, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scotty, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we were able to move on to step 2 immediately. Alright. Onwards! Easy!
출진.
One right, baby! Oh, after a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated, ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even called these lighthouses Guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, that now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the penal battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scared stuff like that, Miss Irene? We're literally about to walk into one. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? A full beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? You know, I've forgotten that Claire's a bit of a coward, but I mean, I've gotten used to it. I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... He did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? This exterior is rather heavily damaged. However, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise, it should not take very long. His song suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response, of course. My wit remains unmarred, even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wild. Someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. You can't just leave it here unattended, but I mean, I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she is okay with staying behind alone. Huh. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra loop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. Reminds me of that L-Corp branch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it to open with myself, but so. Guys, can you try to open this door? Boy, move over. I'll pull from the right side. You grab the left. And we'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you'll need to tap into a wilder form of art to get this open. What now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates of sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors for seeing the raft. So, we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into the view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration, it's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock, either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see. A faint noise, a whisper, cuts through it. And through that opening I see light. I reach out to the opening and see Scotty, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scotty. Powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scotty, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scotty, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scotty, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scotty's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is. Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Scotty. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael, I've never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? Not quietly. No, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those ego. Whatever it is. It seems to me our measure has found its solution. Your confusion is short-lived. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once more. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded? Hey ho!
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be that strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, what was the part where you... What, the part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that. This is most fascinating that an ego could be drawn here in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange, unfamiliar light, and I saw Amiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scotty. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand that it's Scotty. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante? That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That's enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young Mayors and young Amiya learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrates the outer walls, several of them, in fact, of a building. And the head did not pursue her for following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. It is better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything. I'm convinced. Do as you will, then. The first reply sounded almost sulking. The first, like, good point. There is no reason to restrain ourselves here about, divulging information at all. But Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon the ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from the distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scotty, which means our only roadblocks are sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Alright! Time for fight! Time for win rate!
좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 맞으겠습니다.
무용하군요.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
I wonder
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
사랑으로. 이 정도쯤이야?
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않을까?
무용하군요.
이 정도쯤이야? 방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이
차라리
저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면
제어
승리도
개체에게
시간
맞는
문제겠지?
정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어.
Okay.
디페르트.
I was wondering if any of the characters, aside from those in Rhodes Island, were ones that would actually appear in Arknights. Irene is an operator as
이제
well.
실력을 좀 내시네요.
Okay.
평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
Wait.
아직
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하구나. 훌륭하군.
아르카나
이제 그 보통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자.
지키기 위해서
있잖아.
Oh, it doesn't seem like there's really anything that is very spoilery for, like anything that is very spoilery.
혹시 우리를 도와서 아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이
예사롭지가 않은데?
필요하니까.
아주 작사를
내가 정할 순
내놨어.
없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
숨통 끊기.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 배로 두드려 패.
이렇게 정화되었네. 있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든.
뒷박질 준비.
너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서 폴리리 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 아니야. 엄청나게 그건 이 정도쯤이야. 의 순간이 필요하니까.
그대로
내가 정할 순
꿰어소리라.
없겠네.
마침내
아쉽다.
깊은 수면에 빠지시는
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 딴테 적합한 조치였습니다.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라니. 이따가
흑수미,
버스에서
뒷박질
회고해야지
좀.
않겠는가?
아직 죽지 마라.
사랑, 이 정도쯤이야? 자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
깔끔하게 물었군.
지킬 게 많거든.
전탄 격발. 확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
날카롭고 정확하게. 무용하군요.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
야! 아르카나 세이버! 원더풀한 선택이었어, 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
날카롭고 정확하게.
나리의 해안은 정말 감동적이지 않을 수 없네. 자, 악은 이렇게 정화되었네. 어디 보자. 자,
숨통 끊기.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에
흑수며
시달리거든.
뒷박질 준비.
너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서
지시게
아니야. 그건 선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라니. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
흑수며 뒷박질 준비.
그대로 꿰어소리라.
나리의 속 깊은 뜻을 본인이 헤아리기엔 쉽지 않나 보네.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 아득한 야정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Not much damage there. Oh well. Oh well. Don Quixote, come on. You can do better than that.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Oh well.
또
Damage.
자,
헛짓이라도
어쩌겠지. 잘 생각해보라고.
마침내
There we go.
깊은 수면에 빠지시는가.
이제야 회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야.
너희들도 고생 많았어. 티페리트.
좋아. 생동감이 살아있는 좋은 공간이 됐군. 다음 먹잇감도 이런 식이었으면
good.
좋겠어.
After this one, I should be able to
명 받았습니다.
get the last eagle from this event.
어떤 상황이
And right,
퍼즐이
포기하
run, run, baby!
이거 못하겠습니다. 너무
오!
유치하잖아요.
숨통 끊기.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하긴 하고.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하고 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
그대로 꿰어소리라.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
뭐야 이 수치는.
아까 어떤 직원이 제압 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야.
잠깐. 진짜? 왜 부서팀장을 안 달아줬지?
날카롭고 정확하게. 틈을 끊어.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어.
티페리트. 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 칭찬할 필요 없어.
아르카나 빛! 흠샤! 원더풀한 선택이었어 나리! 저들의 약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군!
흑수묘 뜀박질 준비. 아직 죽지 마라. 지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에겐 아껴줬겠지만
정의 이름으로!
그렇게 서 있으면
제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같아.
꿰뚫어 퍼즐이.
이제 깨우치시길.
죽지 마.
엄청나게 강한 일격을!
차라리
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시길.
그렇게 서 있으면
이제야 실력을 좀
목이
내시네요.
떨어질 수밖에.
평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
아직 죽지 마라.
전탄 격발. 확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감지가 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
흑수묘 뒷박질 준비. 차라리
히어! 아르카나 슬레이브!
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
아닐 텐데.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면
흑수묘
승리도 시간
뒷박질
문제이지.
준비.
사랑으로! 육!
이럴 수는!
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을
이씨.
기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
받아볼 텐가.
죽고 싶던 마음이 드디어 칼을 찾았는가.
지키겠다 맹세했는데
이날이 이게 모르는구만.
어디 잘 옮겨둘 테니까 빨리 재생하고 돌아오십시오.
흑수묘 뒷박질
지금
준비.
몸을 끝낼 순 없지 않습니까?
이 정도쯤이야?
죽지 마라.
이럴 수는!
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에. 총알값 아까울 놈은 아니고.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은
It's gonna be a close one, but hey.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와줘?
Bro.
다소 즐겁.
아니야.
추진. 피차 공정은 필요 없겠죠.
필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
명령에 따르겠습니다.
There we go.
역시 니놈 말대로 어떤 사람이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의 탄원이로군.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한해 용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
Oh, really? Oh well.
별로 효과적이지 않은 것 같은데. 사랑의 힘이 부족한 걸지도?
Jesus Christ.
강력한 공격은 단순히 적을 제거하는 이점만 있는 것이 아니죠. 이제 저들은 자신도 그렇게 될 거라는 불안에 휩싸일 테니. 타겟 포착 1시 방향.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
숨통 끊기. 잠깐만 기다려라.
Bro.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요.
Can't they
하지만
please
아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더
just
해보시죠.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
Bro.
틈을 끊어.
I hate these things, man.
창의적인 발상이군. 그래도 가급적 전투 중에 떠올리지 않았으면 좋겠는데.
내가 직원들을 지휘해야 했어. 모두 전멸했잖아. 슬퍼하지 마. 다음에
이래서는
What the
범인이었던
hell?
지난 날과 다를 바가 무엇인지 떠오르는 해가 부끄럽군요.
You. you. Or maybe you instead. Yeah.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지. 메이저. 아니야. 조심해. 마이너라고 해도 생각보다 강할 수 있으니까. 내가 응원해줄게.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
전투 감각 하나만큼은 수감자가 되어도 훌륭하게 하군. 이제 그 도통 알아들을 수 없는 말투만 고치면 딱 좋겠어. 4번 수감자. 전탄 격발. 확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수감자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시게.
그래, 그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
받아볼 텐가.
무용하군요.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이러면 승리도 시간 문제겠지? 제압 효과가 굉장히 좋았어. 기록적인 피해량인 것 같아.
가치없군. 죽어라.
방금 전에 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라네. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야 하지 않겠는가?
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리. 무용하군요.
아직 죽지 마라. 엎드리도록.
폴리리 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을!
그대로 꿰어쏘리라. 마침내 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가.
제압 개체에게 맞는 정상적인 공격이야. 잘했어. 티페리트. 당연한 걸 한 것 가지고 굳이 칭찬할 필요 없어.
흑수며 뒷받칠 준비.
무용하군요. 이제 깨우치시게.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만 해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
I didn't pay attention. Oh wow.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나
You
보군.
go there. You can potentially take that guy out. There we go.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
아직 죽지 마라. 꿰뚫리고.
Bruh.
왜 다 죽상인데 인상 펴. 어디 초상이라도 났나?
There we go. Okay.
가족을 위해
훌륭하군요. 이제 깨우치시게.
Good.
엎드리도록.
What the fuck?
구멍투성이가
Good.
되어
Staggered that guy. Okay.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
Second one down.
빈틈투성이.
Third one down. Good. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That should be not kind of fun, but I guess I'll move you over there then. Instead.
불가 위야. 막아내지 못하리.
아직 죽지 마라.
Okay.
흐르는 피로군.
그대로 꿰어쏘리라. 마침내 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가.
Okay.
골치 아픈 것들이 고기 조각이 되었군요, 단테. 나쁘지 않은 성과입니다.
Dominating. Okay. There we go. Okay.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
That should go much better. On my first try.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 그대로 두드려 패.
Bruh.
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔
Good. Staggered him.
덕없이
Stagger that one. Good.
약점이 뻔히 보이는 게로군.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
Oh, good.
스스로
Not as resistant to damage this time, are you?
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
The fuck, man?
깔끔하게 몰았군.
있잖아.
Bro.
마법 소녀들은 항상 인형난에 시달리거든. 너희만
I want you to go down.
괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와서.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
아니야. 그건 선택의 시간이 필요한. 거리면 충분해. 너가 정말 순 없지는 알겠지만.
There we go.
그치? 내 아르카나 슬레이브 정도의 수준인걸? 한 번에 앞당들을 휩쓰는 공격은 역시 필살기에 걸맞지? 멋졌어.
전탄 격발.
나도 저럴 땐 멋져 보이려나?
There goes another.
경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
And let's sucker. Good. Okay.
뭐야 이 수치는?
Oh,
아까 어떤
hallelujah.
직원이
Okay.
제압 개체에 한 번에 입힌 피해량이야. 잠깐.
So,
진짜? 왜 부서팀장을 안 달아줬지?
means I could probably focus all of these on that one. Yeah.
쓰며 뒷박질 준비.
Oh, son of a bugger. Bruh.
틈을 끊어. 그걸 그 무기로 때리셔? 따뜻한.
직원 하나의 상태가 그다지 좋지 않아 보여. 얼른 신경 써준다면 다시 좋아질 수 있을 거야.
자,
Hello.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
이제 깨우치시게.
I am 5 stages away from finishing. This is this stage included, of
그렇게
course.
서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠드시겠네. 바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I do not. Not right now, anyway. I haven't really been, doing dailies and weeklies in Limbus, so I haven't really gone to getting those IDs and getting the newer IDs, which is mainly just Lord of Hong Yuan. There we go. Finally.
회사가 정상으로 돌아갔네. 이번 제압은 끝이야. 너희들도 고생 많았어. 티피리트.
Okay.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그
Reward.
귀중한 경우의 수에
Let's
들어맞았군.
go.
한눈 팔지 마세요.
And so now I have all those. Let's see. Anyway.
봉원에 가자.
Oh, and this one I could actually, probably. Yeah. Oh, I'll be set for, next one of that. So, 35. Yes, it. Okay. Just got 4 more. Yes, it. There we go. And then, there we go.
차라리 선.
And so now I have every season 6 ID. Yeah! Okay.
필두는 들어라. 너희의 죽음은 지금 몹시도 불쾌함을 참을 수 없다. 이들에게 가르쳐라.
Level up. There we go. And then there you go. I mean, I don't even need to have that honor, considering I have every other one. There we go, and then place you with, I guess, yeah. Now, going back in. Clear. Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna be a boss. Anyway, restructure my entire team.
군주가 나선다.
보는 눈은
의로움을
이제야 부른
잠깐
명을 받.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리.
걸맞는
명령하실 때
내 바쁘.
That's what I'll do you.
맡겨두시게.
And
드디어 내 차례냐?
yeah.
야음을 틈타.
Oh, it did? Oh, wait. Ah, balls. Right, I forgot that he also has one and that I probably have him. Yeah. Oops, forgot about that. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged. Toss shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. His song was right. Unfortunately, the inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. And I'll radio the doctor. Let's... A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse's precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. Ah! It's the floor! The floor is giving away! Oh, what's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Iberia. I see odd shattering through the ocean surface. The sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As the song noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. We have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse end. The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest of you. I'd much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at solving it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Sheesh, she knows a lot that I don't know because I haven't gotten into Arknights that much. But I'll learn a lot about Iberia once I get to that story, which is, I doubt, very early. So, your decision, executive manager. All hands on deck. Leave the lighthouse to Mayors. We have to put a stop to that night somehow. Waves press high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Oh no. Oh no. It is time! Oh. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breasts. Thus, he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through Amiya's fathoms, flash briefly before my eyes. And the seaborne knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. Oh, I like to read. I like story. So I can't skip cutscene. No. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. He obstructs progress and cover the lands. That is impermissible. This is land. The knight and the sea terrors doesn't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the knight. Hong Lu, you're up! Answer me, Heisho Pax! We are not the sea. We are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only things that hold any meaning for him. Yes!
것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
Whatever that is. Whatever that is, I should be going for it. Attacking into it. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Okay.
태연일이
신이 목을 떨궈주마.
틈을 끊어. 무상한 목숨. 불끝의
지원일 뿐.
適した攻撃がなくとも最善の選択だ
그쪽
ったはず
방향이 아닐 텐데.
敵が来ます。皆さん戦闘の準備を。 불렀어 죽은? 필요한 일 있으면 언제든지 말해.
헤어내리.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려내지 마라. 토끼, 저 해충들을 도려내라.
Damn. Frozen. That
물러나.
counts? Oh,
네 목숨은 아직 따로
the sinner's
쓸 곳이
relentless
있다.
assault upon the knight begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the knight, cold, cold loneliness rises below, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets our hems, giving us no time to answer the question. Someone has to stand their ground next to the petrified sinners. Yes! Sinner Faust's warmth reignites the fire, determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves.
때로는
Oh, nice!
검이 문제를 해결해주기도 합니다.
皆さん戦闘の準備を。 불렀어 죽은?
Oh,
필요한 일 있으면
You don't have-
언제든지 말해.
Dominating, sure, to go with that one. So you should try more power guard. 0 to that. First, there we go. Okay.
흑수묘 뒷박질
Oh,
준비.
you son of. Oh, oh. I was a little worried there. Well, I guess I didn't need to be. That counts. Well, fair enough. Okay. Okay, everyone is at... Should be good enough to use that skill. Of course, on one of the other ones. One that looks like it would be better for ruptures already on him. Okay, there we go. And there we go.
토끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
숨통 끊기.
Almost at the stagger.
길을 열어.
불러서 죽은? 필요한 일 있으면
꽈리를 튼 뱀 근처.
개의치 않고 말씀을.
죽은 뜻을 찾아오시는 건
더 처리할
And of course,
먹잇감이
there's
있나?
also you, but you're immobilized. Immobile. Oh. Put on the damage, maybe. Maybe just not. Right? Yeah. Might as well just not. Or I could just attack. I mean, I could just attack and put him in second phase, but I think I'll play it safe.
적을 물었도 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
何か変化が
What the fuck happened? Who was that? That was switched out? Oh. Oh, I see now. Okay. Ishmael. This one. Nope. I'm out of here. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, no one's cold now. That's fine. Alright.
또아리를 튼 뱀 근처엔 오지 말랬잖아.
There we go. And I know there's also you. I could probably also do that. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Of course, I will want to actually.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해봐.
신이 목을 떨궈주마. 전탄 격발.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
You're good.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
피로 다스리지.
have that much in terms of those. Okay. There we go. Okay.
흑수묘 뒷박질 중. 자, 맛볼 시간이다.
Okay.
그림자 속으로 가라앉게.
Okay, so should be going into really
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
just a little bit more damage.
戦闘の準備を
Okay. You should be fine. You should be fine. And everyone else will likely become immobile. Hopefully that'll be fine because, well, this should be fine though. Everyone else is probably going to be a little worse for wear.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Yep. I mean, there we go. That's phase 2.
タンテさん、なんだかただならぬ気配を感じます。
Oh no. Oh no. The music picked up too. Oh no. Uncrashable. Oh no. Go, damage, go! I assume this is where the encounter ends then. If that. Maybe not. I mean, it looks kind of like it would be if that's how it was. If the attack looked like that. Oh well. The knight rides upon the violently whinnying steed. Lance raised skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. You won't succeed at this rate. Psalm, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and will undulates on the same frequency with the waves. Need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves. Go for his legs, not his lance. You have to observe the situation more carefully. Alright. The high-pitched and careful cry resonates. The knight's seat is sending out a warning for something. Ah, shit. I should have done the first one. Oh. Go. You, if we had a friggin' skill 3, I would be using that. But oh well. He will be immobilized. Whatever. Oh no. Oh no. Or staggered, I guess. Whatever. Or dead. There goes Gregor. Okay.
시간 끌 것 없이 모두 지워버리죠. 무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원일 뿐.
Just straight to being frozen, Ishmael. Just straight to being frozen.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하시길.
Not much damage or whatever. And straight to being frozen again. Lots of damage. Oh my god!
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다. 적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
今一度把握し直さなければ。
This be good? I think it would be, right? Maybe. Yeah. It's getting a little annoyed. Unclashable. Retrieve.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
전력으로 상대하마. 전탄격발. 다소 즐겁군.
What the fuck was that?
짧기도 하지.
The knight rides upon the violently winning steed to stop the knight's charge. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when Senator Ryoshu jumps in his path. Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon and the knight is thrown off his steed. Hey! Fucking found it. Dense shadow pools under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. Are they gathered to defeat the knight? They must have first gathered there, then believing him to be one of them, until they came to the realization that the knight is a traitor to the great will. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water's surface. But he leaves once again the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great whale, his head held high in eternal defiance. The unremittent knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Go, Sinclair, go! Yeah! Senator Sinclair brings the knight's charge to a stop. Then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice, but unlike the knight in the back streets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the knight's sinking. Oh.
명령하신 임무를 완료했어. 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Oh, yes! Oh no. Now what can clash against that? Preferably dominating. Let's go. Okay. Favored. Favored. Helpless. Struggling. Composed. Favored. Okay. Composed. Favored. There.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
I don't care who is cold or not right now. I'm pretty sure I can get him most likely staggered, considering he should be taking much more damage. Although it was probably a bad idea to not consider who has cold or not, but whatever. Hey, at least that one was flashed.
어떤 사람이라도 맞출 수 있는 마법의
And it
칼날.
moved. Frozen.
뜻을 이루기까지 한 번도 나를 비껴.
And still did a lot of fucking damage.
뭘 위해?
적을
囚人が退
물어뜯고
却でき
너의
ませんでし
쓸모를 보여라.
た。ダンテさんには囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Ah, Segger. No?
틈을 끊어.
Boy. I'm confused now what all that was about. Oh well. The tree went immediately to be immobile. Oh well.
거다.
Same, what the?
지나온 길을 생각하면
囚人が死亡
이
ど
또
うすれば
내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
I might be losing this. I can't save them. Whatever.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
Please at least do some damage.
구하시길.
Good enough, I guess. It crashed.
바로
It
해주시죠.
didn't do as much damage as it could have. Whatever. Oh my fuck! Yeah, I'm losing this one for sure.
명령에 따르겠습니다. 화력, 추진, 자, 타!
Unless Sinclair can fucking.
예받침 목숨.
될 만큼은 배웠으니까 진흙 맡긴다.
무례는 범하지 않았을 것이라 생각.
Unless he song can. Oh! Unless he song can. Oh no. Can you song pull it? Can you song do it? I don't know. Let's see. Probably not. Let's see. Nope, no, he can't.
죽고 싶던 마음이 드디어 칼을 찾았는가?
이래서는 범인이었던 지난날과 다를 바가 무엇인지 떠오르는 해가 부끄럽군요.
Where's this again? Ah, there it is. I was like, wait, where's the songs? Right here. Okay, so you would probably be better off as that, or maybe not. Maybe better off as this. Yes. You would probably be better off as that. Oh, and I forgot that he also had a facial. Okay. There we go.
보는 눈은 있네요. 여기서 저만큼 유능한
걸맞는 곳이오니 밥.
you, and you.
아, 이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
Yeah. Let's try this again.
삶과 돈키호테.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 수는 없으니
調子が悪くなっているみたいです
Okay. Okay.
친히 목을 떨고
I should win this time.
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです
불가 위협
시비수에게 명한다.
막아내지 못하리.
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라. 도끼를 보내라. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
틈을 끊어
묘여,
Oh, nice.
길을 열어라.
Although that does mean that now
틈을 끊어
Faust is frozen. Fuck.
이 일에 더 적합한
インバス
토끼를
カンパニー
찾죠.
の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Offense level up. Weird. That explains that problem. There we go. Okay.
자, 어느 쪽일지
There we
잘 생각해보라고.
Come on, man. Why is it taking so long to do that? To get his health down, man? Of course.
혈염도 바로. 더. 모아쳐라.
Go, Sinclair, go! What the fuck?
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
This is why I fucking hate this shit, man. Dominating. Beat favored. Favored.
목을 콱 물어버리자고.
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Okay. There we go.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay. Oh, of course.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
Damage him.
この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
So from you, you, and you and you. Those two damage him. Do the damage. Retreat order. What the fuck? Okay.
극수명 뒷박질 준비.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Okay. Reward. Reward. Struggling. Struggling. Neutral. That should be good. Then that one. Should be fine. Power guard, that's fine. Okay, there we go. Okay, now. No. And yeah, you should be. There.
헤어내리.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Damn. Oh well.
아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
And not much damage. Oh well. What the hell?
잠깐만 기다려라.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마라.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직
What an
따로 쓸
ass.
적을 물어뜯고 너의 쓸모를 보여라.
What an ass. Of course. Whatever.
불가 위야. 일어나지 못하리. 무상한 목숨. 불끄듯 지원할 뿐. 아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아.
And this fight is a little annoying,
답을 구하시길.
especially with how long it takes. Especially in the first freaking phase.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
At least. Okay. Okay. There we go.
목을 콱 물어버리자고. Oh, frozen. Of course, frozen. Oh, whatever. Frozen. Another frozen.
이 거리면 충분해. 너한테는 조금 멀겠지만.
You can do more damage than that. Oh man. Oh well.
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘の準備を。
Okay.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고.
Oh, I hit the mic.
무상한 목숨. 부르크대 지원일 뿐.
That's something. I don't care if they're frozen. I just need to continue a task, you know? Alright. Super close to phase 2. Oh, no.
皆さん戦闘の準備を。
That should be... Nope, apparently not. And that's why I figured I'd toss in another one. There we go. Okay, here we go.
적을 물어뜯고 너의
Here we go.
ただならぬ気配を感じます。
Rip,
더 처리할 먹이
Yes.
있나?
but whatever.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고.
Good job, Mersault. Good job.
모험하군.
진짜
Rip, yes.
바꿔 올리는
시간이 없는데.
You song, you're up. Yeah.
보시게 내 계획했던 대로 되지 않았나?
What the f... What's this?
이 일에 더 적합한 토끼를 찾죠.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
먹을 콱 물어버리자고.
Oh, Frozen. Of course. Whatever.
틈을 끊어.
At least they're actually doing damage now.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Ah! Good. Actually friggin' doing damage now. Damn it! Fucking. Mercy! Mercy! Oh, why?
Mission failed.
당분간은 고개 숙이고 기어야겠군. 무리한 임무도 아닌데 실패했으니 이번 주고는 오래 보겠어?
I'll do that last part another time. I shall see y'all next time then. Goodbye.